sometimes incommunicado. While the Iranian Constitution grants equal rights to all ethnic minorities and allows for minority languages to be used in the media and in schools, minorities do not enjoy equal rights, and the regime consistently denies their right to use their language in school. In addition, a 1985 law prohibits non-Shia ethnic minorities from fully participating in civic life. That law and its associated provisions make full access of employment, education, and other areas conditional on a devotion to the Islamic Republic and tenets of the Shia Islam. The regime disproportionately targets minority groups, including Kurds, Arabs, Azeris, and others, for arbitrary arrest, prolonged detention, and physical abuse. These groups report political and socioeconomic discrimination, particularly in their access to economic aid, business licenses, university admissions, permission to publish books, and housing and land rights. Because of the severe religious freedom abuses, our government has designated Iran as a country of particular concern since 1999. Each year, frequently the arrest and harassment of members of religious minorities has continued following a significant increase in 2012. The government severely restricts religious freedom, and there have been reports of imprisonment, harassment, intimidation, and discrimination based on those faith beliefs. There has been continued reports of government charging religious and ethnic minorities with, quote, enmity against God, anti-Islamic propaganda, or vague national security crimes for their religious activities. Those reportedly arrested on religious grounds face poor prison conditions and treatment, as with most prisoners of conscience. One of those imprisoned on religious grounds is Pastor Saeed Abedini, a U.S. citizen and father of two, Rebecca and Jacob, and a Christian imprisoned in Iran because of his, and only because of his faith. Pastor Abedini was imprisoned by the Iranian regime nearly 1,000 days ago when members of the Revolutionary Guard pulled him off a bus, placed him then under house arrest. He later was taken away in chains to Evin prison, where he endured periods of solitary confinement, beatings, internal bleeding, death threats, and continued psychological torture, all because he would not deny his Christian faith. What was Pastor Abedini's crime? According to the court, he was a threat to the security of Iran because of his leadership role in Christian churches between 2000 and 2005. And I would note parenthetically that he was allowed to go back to build an orphanage, got the approval, and then had that all reversed, and then he was arrested. President Obama promised Pastor Abedini's son Jacob that he would do all he can to gain his father's release by the boy's birthday next month. Yesterday, Secretary of State, in answer to a question I posed, said the administration was working quietly to gain Pastor Abedini's release as soon as possible. Let's hope. Meanwhile, Iran is repeatedly cited for virtually unrelenting repression of the Baha'i community, which Iran Shiite Muslim clergy views as a heretical sect. Baha'is number about 300 to 350,000. At least 30 Baha'i remained imprisoned, and 60 were arrested in 2012. A February 2013 UN report said that in 110 Baha'is were in jail. They had said that 133 were expected to start serving jail time. Since 1979, Islamic Revolution, the regime has executed more than 200 Baha'i simply because of their faith. The regime frequently prevents many Baha'i from leaving the country, harasses them, persecutes them, and generally disregards their property rights. I would note parenthetically that when Ronald Reagan was president and was the first one to raise the issue at the presidential level, I was there at the White House when he so designated the defense of the Baha'i as a very vital, important interest of the United States and all concerned about human rights. Iranian courts offer no recourse to the monstrous violations of human rights because without independent judiciary, Iranians and foreigners tied to those courts are routinely denied fair trials, sometimes resulting in executions without due process. I'd like to now yield to Mr. Deutsch for any opening comments he might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Chairman Ros-Lehtinen, and Ranking Member Bass for holding today's joint hearing. It's very important that our two subcommittees come together today to shine a light on Iran's atrocious human rights record. And I apologize because this is an issue I care deeply about, but I'm going to be running back and forth to another hearing taking place at the same time. While the world anxiously waits to see what, if any, agreement will be reached on Iran's nuclear weapons program, this hearing serves as an important reminder that even beyond the dangerous and illicit program, Iran's regime routinely violates human rights of the Iranian people. At the same time that the news is focused on Geneva, back in Iran, the human rights situation is as dismal as ever. We are well past the Ahmadinejad period in Iran, where inflammatory statements made criticism easy. Enough time has passed to see what the Rouhani administration can do. Unfortunately, it appears that Rouhani has fallen short of many of his campaign promises, hamstrung perhaps by the supreme leader's ultimate and absolute control. The Iranian economy continues to suffer due to the intransigence of its leaders, and the Iranian people remain repressed and restricted by the ultra-conservative social policies of the Ayatollah. Today's hearing serves as an important reminder that even if we were to resolve the nuclear issue, even if, hypothetically, the P5+1 reaches an acceptable nuclear deal, Iran still remains a global leader in terrorism financing and human rights abuses. Iran would still be willing to sentence a juvenile to death for the crime of corruption on earth and imprison hundreds of political prisoners. This is a government that refuses for its own people some of the most fundamental human rights, a government that is willing to perpetuate misogynistic, racist, and homophobic policies, and one that will relentlessly defend its right to possess nuclear capabilities, while the supreme leader continues to decry Israel's right to simply exist. Showing a complete disregard for the principle of the right to life, Iran continues to execute its citizens at alarming rates. Official sources put the number of executions in 2014 at 200, though the actual number likely could be over 700. Many of those individuals were charged with questionable or vague offenses, like a woman last October that was convicted of killing a man that she claimed was in the act of raping her. With dozens and dozens of offenses that carry capital punishment, Iran's judiciary has shown just how easy it is for an individual to be put to death, with over 80 Iranians executed in January of this year alone. The government allows no room for political dissent or critical belief. The regime continues to censor journalists and political activists and to deny its citizens their freedom of speech and opinion. Iran's unfounded arrest and subsequent jailing of Washington Post journalist Jason Ros-Lehtinen on trumped-up charges is despicable and must be condemned by all responsible nations. The internet is certainly not an open and safe space in Iran. Anything from a Facebook post to a viral video can land an individual in jail for years. And with one of the highest incarceration rates in the world, Iran certainly exercises their willingness to imprison individuals in order to keep absolute control over media and news content consumed by the people. Another favorite tactic of the Iranian regime is targeting ethnic and religious minorities. The country's largest non-Muslim religious minority, people of the Baha'i faith, face particularly hostile treatment. This community is denied freedom of religion. They live under constant fear of arrest, attacks, and destruction of their religious sites. Over 100 Baha'i are currently held in detention, and many international reports have criticized Iran's failure to ensure that they receive a fair trial and adequate access to counsel. Many other groups also face bigotry and targeted discrimination. Christians and Sunni Muslims, Arabs, Kurds, and Azeris, and many more religious and ethnic minority groups are also frequently targeted by the regime, and many are forced to hide signs of their identity while in public. Women are still subservient to men in many aspects of daily life, and as we witnessed from the gruesome pictures of acid attacks last fall, women are still targeted for violating social norms as set by the state's religious interpretations. For the LGBT community, the environment in Iran is bleak. LGBT individuals face discrimination from their government, but also from their friends and families. They can't turn to the courts because same-sex relationships are criminalized. They can't report attacks to law enforcement authorities out of fear that they may be arrested for being LGBT. And there is little information or support available on the ground. The head of Iran's Human Rights Council made the government's position clear when he said that universal human rights should not be extended to what he referred to as the homosexual lifestyle. Yesterday, during another Foreign Affairs Committee hearing, I implored Secretary Kerry to continue to raise the case of Bob Levinson, an American citizen and my constituent who has been missing in Iran since March 2007, while our negotiators sit across the table from the Iranians. 8 years later, Bob is still not home. Despite indications by the Iranian government of their willingness to assist in this case, we're nearing the 8th anniversary of his disappearance, and we see no positive signs. We must continue to advocate for help in Bob's case and for the release of the other American citizens unjustly held in Iran, Amir Hekmati and Pastor Abedini. Last November, we passed a resolution condemning the Iranian government for these and many more human rights violations. A long list to be sure, but it's important that we as a body consistently condemn these policies and practices. Unfortunately, the same is not the case for the rest of the world. The UN General Assembly's Third Committee also voted last fall on a resolution on Iran's human rights abuses. And while it passed with 78 votes, 69 countries abstained and 35 countries voted against it. Finally, as we get closer to the deadlines for negotiations with Iran, I urge my colleagues in Congress and our negotiators in Geneva to not take our eyes off what's happening on the ground in Iran, with such deplorable human rights abuses occurring daily and millions of Iranians repressed and facing discrimination. We've got to keep the global spotlight on Iran and condemn the government's disregard for basic human rights. That's what today's hearing will do. I want to thank again the chairman. I want to thank our witnesses. I look forward to hearing from you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deutsch. I'd like to, it's a privilege to join Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, the former chairwoman of the full committee and now chairwoman of the Middle East and North Africa. And this is both of our subcommittees joint hearing. I yield to my good friend.
Thank you so much, Chairman Smith, and thank you for holding this joint subcommittee hearing on this important topic. And in fact, this is the third hearing that Chairman Smith and I have held on the issue of human rights in Iran, and I am appreciative of your continued dedicated leadership on this issue. I want to first start with some good news. We confirmed yesterday that Rosita Vashigi was finally released last month after a 5-year sentence in prison in Iran. Rosita is a member of the persecuted Baha'i community that you've heard from my colleagues, the Iran's largest non-Muslim religious minority, and I adopted her as a prisoner of conscience last year as part of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission Defending Freedom's project. And while I am relieved, all of us are, that Rosita has been released and will be able to get the health care that she needs after years of brutal mistreatment and solitary confinement, we know that her ordeal is not over. She has not been given any paperwork. Authorities have not told her whether she really might continue to serve a second 5-year term or even an arbitrary 2-year term. She fears that she could be thrown back in prison at any time. So we continue to pray for Rosita and for so many others as well. Mr. Chairman, as you know, the Iranian regime uses tactics like those that they used against Rosita every day to instill fear in the people of Iran. Iran's human rights practices are among the worst in the world, but in its desperation to secure a nuclear deal, the Obama administration has completely ignored the issue of human rights in Iran, as well as many other concerns that we have with the Iranian regime. And this serves as another example of the policy of the White House to look the other way on human rights violations as part of any negotiation, and that was evident in Cuba. The administration is hosting regime officials tomorrow after the Castro state security folks have arrested over 300 civil society activists in the last 3 weeks. In the last 3 weeks, and delegations have come and gone, and folks say they're all in favor of human rights, but apparently not while there. Among them was Berta Soler, who testified before your subcommittee, Mr. Chairman, 3 weeks ago. In these secret talks with Cuba, the administration showed its willingness to trade away the store for little concessions in return. So the question becomes, what will the administration trade next with the Iran nuclear deal? What will the administration give up in return for those American citizens who are being held in Tehran? The parallels between how the White House is negotiating in secret with Cuba and Iran at the same time, well, the parallels are striking. What the administration has never understood, or really has chosen to ignore, is that Congress passed strong sanctions laws, not just to stop Iran's nuclear program, but also its ballistic missile program, its weapons program, its worldwide support for terror, its destabilization of the region, its abysmal human rights record. And as the author of many Iran-related sanctions legislation, I can tell you that from the very beginning, the administration fought Congress tooth and nail to stop any sanctions at all. And so it is of no surprise to no one, it is no surprise that the human rights issue is not even a part of the discussion when we talk about the nuclear deal. And now it appears increasingly likely that the administration will give away what little leverage we have and leave the Ayatollahs free to continue to oppress the people of Iran, to continue jailing, torturing, executing dissidents, prisoners of conscience, religious minorities, ethnic minorities. It is truly shameful to hear our own State Department talk about the importance of global human rights, talk about it, when it does absolutely nothing and, in fact, is indirectly legitimizing the continued repression of the people of Iran. The Obama administration, after failing to support the Iranian people's right of self-determination during the 2009 Green Movement, rushed to brand Rouhani as a moderate, saying that human rights under this Ayatollah lackey would somehow improve. But what we've seen, Mr. Chairman, is just the opposite. Human rights under Rouhani have actually gotten worse. There have been more crackdowns on free speech, more arrests, more jailings of journalists, more jailings of political prisoners, more persecution of women, LGBT community, religious minorities, ethnic minorities, more executions. According to the latest report of Human Rights Watch, the real number of executions in Iran last year is thought to be over 600, including 8 who were under the age of 18. We still cannot confirm the execution last week of Saman Nassim, a 22-year-old ethnic Kurd who was 17 when he was arrested. Bloggers and social media users have also suffered under Rouhani, with security forces cracking down sharply on any dissent, especially those considered to be leading members of the opposition. Members of the Baha'i community, like Rosita, are especially targeted, with 100 Baha'is currently in prison. Baha'i cemeteries are systematically destroyed, including last year's bulldozing of over 1,000 graves in one city in order to build a cultural and sports complex. And May 14th is the 7-year anniversary of the imprisonment of the Baha'i Seven, the former leadership group who have been serving 20-year sentences for advocating on behalf of their religious beliefs. The regime hopes that we will move on. We will forget the people of Iran as the administration in the U.S. continues to negotiate solely on the nuclear program, and there are at least 4 unjustly jailed Americans in Iranian prisons, and we've mentioned them here. Saeed Abedini, a Christian pastor who has been in jail since 2012, has been tortured and beaten by prison guards and inmates. Marine veteran Amir Hekmati, who has been held since 2011. His health is rapidly deteriorating. He is also beaten and tortured. Jason Ros-Lehtinen, the Washington Post bureau chief, arrested last year, still not been charged, but he's in solitary confinement and his health is declining. And of course, the constituent of my good friend Ted Deutsch, Bob Levinson, a South Florida resident who's been held captive by the Iranian regime since March 9th, 2007, making him the longest held hostage in U.S. history. These 4 U.S. citizens are just a few of the millions who continue to suffer under the Iranian regime, and tragically, that suffering is not part of the administration's calculus. Human rights are an essential factor in long-term stability, should be a key objective in our foreign policy strategy, not a simple resolution to pass, but something to live up to every day, both for those suffering under tyranny and for our own national security. Mr. Chairman, we must not allow the human rights conditions in Iran to be ignored continually by this administration. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for your very eloquent statement and for your passion. Now we'll yield to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and to Ranking Member Deutsch, and thank you to Chairman Ros-Lehtinen for convening this hearing and for calling attention to this very important issue. While the nuclear negotiations with Iran have dominated discussions in this country of late, the fact remains that Iran remains one of the world's worst perpetrators of human rights abuses, and it's critical that we continue to bring attention to this issue. For those who dare to criticize the regime of Supreme Leader Khamenei or attempt to challenge the government-imposed conformity, they face harsh consequences, sometimes even including death. I'm particularly concerned about the horrific disregard for basic political expression, which according to the current State Department Human Rights Report, they characterize as the most egregious human rights problems were the government's manipulation of the electoral process, which severely limited citizens' right to change their government peacefully through free and fair elections, restrictions on civil liberties, including the freedoms of assembly, speech, and press, and disregard for the physical integrity of persons whom it arbitrarily and unlawfully detained, tortured, and killed, and as was explained, including 4 American citizens currently being held. In addition, I'm particularly concerned about the rights of LGBT persons and other vulnerable minority groups in the country. In a country that imposes strict so-called morality codes, does not respect basic freedom of expression or religion, and limits access to the outside world. I thank the witnesses for being here today and look very much forward to your testimony. And again, thank the chairman and ranking member for calling this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to yield to Chairman Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you and Chairman Ros-Lehtinen for continuing this series of hearings on Iran, perhaps the most dangerous regime in the world today. Iran continues to be one of the world's leading abusers of fundamental human rights. The example of the Baha'is, which both you and Chairman Ros-Lehtinen talked about already, it's already been referred to, but unfortunately it's only one of many of these abuses which are taking place today. The regime persecutes anybody who dares to speak publicly or not so publicly against the regime, and often issues death sentences to Iranians who are charged with insulting Islam. It's become pretty clear that the so-called moderate Rouhani is just another in a long list of Iranian dictators whose contempt for his own people's fundamental human rights and religious freedom is readily apparent. When I chaired the Middle East Committee in not the past, but the one before that, Congresses, I had the opportunity to spend about an hour with Prime Minister Netanyahu in his office, and some of the things he told me were shocking, and I hadn't heard a lot of them in the news. And one in particular that stands with me to this day was the fact that during the Green Movement, they had videos, the government did, and so that when they were over, we might have thought it was over. And what they were doing was systematically identifying those people that were in the crowds and that were supporters of the Green Movement, and they were disappearing, and in many instances, along with their families. And this was something that got very little attention. And my colleague, Ms. Ros-Lehtinen, mentioned this administration's, for lack of a better term, dropping the ball in many instances when it comes to Iran. That was one in particular. I think we had an opportunity to actually speak out and do something on behalf of that movement. That was an opportunity that was missed, and a lot of people, unfortunately, have paid a very high price as a result of that inaction. And so I want to thank you for holding this hearing, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Shabbat. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Trott. No.
I want to thank the Chairman Smith and Chairman Ros-Lehtinen for holding this hearing. And there's no question that Iran is guilty of egregious human rights violations. They continue to manipulate the election process to prevent peaceful and fair elections. They severely restrict civil liberties, commit repeated religious freedom abuses, show disrespect for the physical integrity of its people through arbitrary detentions and torture and killing. Other problems include sanctioned amputations and rape and flogging and punishment for politically motivated violence. It's not surprising that the World Press Freedom Index ranked Iran 173rd out of 180 countries with respect to human rights violations. This hearing is timely for 2 reasons. First, we have to continue to shine a light and show the terrible abuses that are happening with respect to human rights in Iran. And secondly, Secretary Kerry continues to tell us that we can trust and rely on our negotiations with them, and that they need more time. And for me, I submit that a country that is guilty of such egregious abuse cannot be trusted, should not be trusted, and is not worthy of the respect of the world community. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trott. I'd like to now introduce our very distinguished panel, beginning first with Cheyenne Arya, who is an expert in Iran, who is also a human rights and political activist. He was elected to the Central Committee of the Constitutionalist Party of Iran, in which he served multiple terms. He has co-authored numerous articles focusing on the Iranian regime's human rights violations, internal politics, end terrorist activities. The articles have been published around the world in publications such as the Wall Street Journal, the Australian, the Washington Times, Jerusalem Post, and Strategic Outlook. We'll then hear from Mr. Moshin Sazegara, who was part of the 1979 Islamic Revolution and one of the founders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards. He has held several positions within the regime in the first decade after the revolution, but declined to accept any positions in it after 1988. He has published 3 newspapers, 2 monthly magazines, which are all shut down by the regime, and has been arrested and imprisoned 4 times in Iran. While out of the country for medical treatments in 2004, he was sentenced to 6 years of jail. He has continued his political opposition and is currently the president of the Research Institute on Contemporary Iran. Then we'll hear from Mr. Anthony Vance, who oversees the development of the U.S. Baha'i Office of Public Affairs Programs and Strategic Direction. He joined the office in 2010 after spending 4 years at the Baha'i World Center in Haifa, Israel, representing it to the diplomatic community, civil society, and to the host government. A lawyer by training, he has spent 21 years in the U.S. Agency for International Development in legal and managerial positions in Washington, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Botswana, and Egypt. Mr. Arya, if you could begin. Could you turn on your microphone, please?
Oh, sorry. Chairman Smith, Chairwoman Ros-Lehtinen, honorable members of the subcommittees. It's really an honor to appear before you today to discuss the human rights situation in Iran under the Islamic regime. It's an important issue that has unfortunately been overlooked by the international community in light of the current negotiations between Iran and the P5+1 since the election of Hassan Rouhani as president of Iran in 2013. Since that time, the Iranian regime, its supporters, and lobbyists have tried vigorously to convince the international community in general, and the U.S. administration in particular, that something has fundamentally changed for the better in Iran, that Iran, Islamic Republic, can be trusted to act according to Iran's national interests and not its ideological ones. Unfortunately, however, the regime's actions speak louder than its words. Iran, after China, currently has the highest number of executions in the world. And since Rouhani's election, there has not been a reduction in that statistics. To the contrary, there has been a significant increase. In 2014 alone, 8 individuals believed to be under 18 years of age at the time of their alleged crimes were reportedly executed. Human rights activists in Iran put the total number of executions for 2013 and 2014 at 1,181 people. The execution of juveniles is not the only crime committed by the Islamic Republic. The Islamic regime systematically tries to brainwash children. On this important issue, I would like to draw your attention to the research done by the Institute for Monitoring Peace and Cultural Tolerance in School Education, Impact SE. Islamic Republic systematically indoctrinates children and prepares them for war and encourages a hostile attitude towards non-Muslims, with children instructed not to take unbelievers, Jews, and Christians as friends. Again, against this background, is it any surprise that almost all religious minorities in Iran suffer officially sanctioned discriminations? Baha'is are banned from all government positions, are not allowed to have places of worship, and are banned from teaching the faith and even attend universities. In some cases, they have even been denied burial sites, and their cemeteries are systematically destroyed. Evangelical Christians are suffering as well. Even Muslims who do not conform to the official interpretation of Islam face heresy charges. Last September, Mohsen Amir Aslani was executed for insulting the Prophet Jonah by declaring that his story in Quran was symbolic rather than factual. Even traditional Shiite clerics who reject the official interpretation of Islam are persecuted. Ayatollah Hossein Kazemeni Burjerdi is a traditional Shiite cleric who openly questions the legitimacy of the Islamic Republic and advocates a secular regime, has been imprisoned since 2007. Followers of Ahl Haq, religion, are also under enormous pressure. Several members of the Ahl Haq community have self-immolated in recent years to protest against religious persecution in Iran. The Ne'matullahi Gonabadi Sufis order is another example. Many members of this Sufi order are presently imprisoned, and several places of their worship in Isfahan and other cities have been demolished. Muhammad Ali Tahiri, founder of a spiritual group, was also arrested in 2011. In fact, yesterday, some of his supporters came out in support of him, and many of them were arrested just yesterday. Iran is one of the few countries in the world that prosecutes lawyers for representing their clients. Mr. Nasrin Sotoudeh and Abdul Fattah Soltani are good examples. Mr. Soltani, a leading human rights lawyer, has even been denied medical attention, despite the fact that even prison doctors have written a letter recommending that he be treated outside the prison. Last March, Maryam Shafipur, 29 years old, was sentenced to 7 years in prison for peaceful protests. Many student activists, such as Majid Tawakkoli, Bahare Hedayat, Sezia Nabavi, Majid Dori, and Navid Khanjani, have spent years in prisons for no crimes other than exercising their rights to peaceful protest. A young, brilliant scientist, Mr. Omid Kokabi, has been incarcerated in Evin prison since 2011. His only charge was that he denied he was charged with espionage and for refusing not to work on military research projects with the government. That was his only crime. Atina Farghadani, a children's rights advocate, currently is in prison, and she's on hunger strike. And what he wants, what she's asking, not to be released, but to be moved from Karchak prison, which is a notoriously substandard women prison, to be moved back to Evin prison. And she's in very dire situation right now, from what I heard yesterday. Political activists such as Heshmatullah Tabarzadi have spent years in prison for their peaceful activities. Just a few days ago, Masoud Arab Chubdar, Saeed Shirazi, Hamid Babai, who were exiled from Tehran to Rajai Shahr prison, which is another notoriously dangerous prison in Iran, were beaten and severely were abused. Another Baha'i prison, Shahram Chinian, was also beaten so severely that his face was unrecognizable by his friends. Last July, Iranian writer Arjang Davoudi was sentenced to death after spending nearly 11 years in prison on new charges of enmity against God in relation to his political activism and writing in support of secular system. Journalists are another group that suffer under the Islamic Republic. According to Committee to Protect Journalists, currently there are 30 journalists in Iran in prison. These cases are simply a reflection of Iranian regime's repressive domestic practices. The main question then is whether these practices are changing and whether Iran's new president, Hassan Rouhani, is really a reformer. To understand Mr. Rouhani's relationship to the state, it's necessary to review his background. He has been a member of Islamic regime's leadership for the past 36 years and therefore has been an integral part of every aggressive move that the Islamic Republic has made since 1982. From creation and training of Hezbollah to 1983 attack on US and French military forces in Lebanon, the assassination of nearly 200 Iranian dissidents in Europe throughout 80s and 90s, the 94 bombing in Buenos Aires, and more recently to the Iranian asymmetric campaign targeting US and coalition forces in Iraq. It's impossible to believe that Mr. Rouhani had no knowledge of these actions. Rouhani's cabinet choice for the post of Justice Minister, Mustafa Pur Mohammadi, speaks volumes to his commitment to the issue of human rights. Pur Mohammadi had direct role in the extrajudicial executions of thousands of political prisoners in the 80s. As we all know, Iran is the only country in the Middle East that people, by and large, are friendly to America. Therefore, it's crucial that America stands up to the Islamic Republic on this important issue. I would like to encourage the honorable members of the committees, on behalf of all those who are suffering in the hands of the Islamic regime, to link any easing or lifting of sanctions, not just to the outcome of the nuclear negotiations, but also to the improvement in the human rights situation in Iran. With that, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity, and will be more than happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, thank you very much for your testimony. And without objection, your full statement will be made as part of the record, as well as our other distinguished witnesses. Mr. Sarwagara, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, subcommittee members. During the last 3.5 decades, the Iranian people have bitterly experienced suppression of their fundamental freedoms and rights, and witnessed brutal crackdowns of pro-freedom movements in Iran. I deeply regret to say that extensive and systematic violations of human rights, persecutions, unfair trials, unfounded imprisonments, tortures, rapes, and extrajudicial executions still continue, despite the pledges Mr. Rouhani had made to change this trend during his election campaign in 2013. Regardless of some rare cosmetic and non-systemic release of a dozen of well-known prisoners in 2013 and 2014, the human rights abuses have not only continued, but also increased in many respects, including, but not limited to, imprisonment of human rights activists, journalists, bloggers, university students and teachers, workers, ethnic and religious minorities, and political opposition. In 2014, the cases of arrest, detention, and imprisonment of activists illustrate a 74% increase as compared to 2013. This average increase comprises 53% increase in ethnic minorities cases, 10% in religious, 93% students, 410% freedom of expression and conscience, and 354% in labor activists cases. Another human rights violation in Iran includes persistent and pervasive assault on women on a continued basis on the pretext of disrespecting hijab, education and employment segregation, and being banned from appearing on stage for musical performances. Torture of political prisoners continues to coerce fabricated confessions that are then used to justify brutal crackdowns. According to first-hand reports received from former political prisoners, the main methods of torture include whipping and assault, sexual torture including rape, and psychological torture such as prolonged solitary confinement. These reports are also in conformity with the reports by Dr. Shahid, the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran. Execution in Iran has increased from 544 known cases in 2012 to more than 800 known cases in 2014, it being the highest per capita rate in the world. The numbers are, however, suspected to be higher since many of these executions are carried out in secret and the regime has consistently refrained from releasing numbers and denied the UN Special Rapporteur's access to the country. These are only examples of a range of human rights violations categories. Such extensive and systematic violations of human rights should not come as a surprise. Despite talk of moderation, Rouhani has indulged impunity and rewarded the perpetrators of such grave abuses. His present Justice Minister, Mr. Pur Mohammadi, who played as a member of the notorious Death Committee a key role in the 1988 prison massacre, has been appointed by this very moderate government. In the end, I cordially submit that a standing subcommittee be formed under the Subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa in order to monitor and take all the necessary measures to draw the world's attention to the grave human rights abuses in Iran. Enclosed, I have submitted the first two proposals to be put on the docket of this subcommittee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody have an idea how much time we have left? So, yeah. Thank you so much for that testimony. Both of you brought up the fact that the Justice Minister is in this moderate government serving in a high position despite his horrific past. I'd like to now ask Mr. Vance if you would proceed.
Chairman Smith, Chairman Ros-Lehtinen, and also Chairman Shabbat, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify on the situation of the Baha'is of Iran. A little background, I think, is appropriate. The Baha'i faith is an independent world religion with over 5 million followers in over 200 countries and territories, representing virtually every racial, ethnic, and national group on the planet. The faith originated in Iran. It spread rapidly in the mid-1840s, immediately after its inception, and included several notable clerics among its initial adherents. This triggered a violent reaction instigated or supported by a majority of the clergy, during which some 20,000 Baha'is were killed over little more than a decade. The primary reason that Baha'is are persecuted is theological. Most of the Islamic clergy in Iran believes that Islam is the final religion of God. The Baha'i faith, a religion that arose after Islam, is therefore viewed by most of Iran's clergy as heresy and blasphemy, and Baha'is are viewed as apostates. In addition, Iran's clerics view certain teachings of the Baha'i faith as threatening. For instance, the Baha'i faith does not have a clergy and holds that each individual has the duty to investigate spiritual truth and arrive at his or her own beliefs. In addition, Baha'is believe strongly in the equality of women and men. Now, while the intense brutality against Baha'is began to subside toward the end of the 19th century, unequal treatment, social hostilities, and sporadic surges in violence continued during much of the 20th century. After the Islamic Revolution of 1979, Baha'is became the target of severe and systematic state-sponsored persecution, and it became official government policy to oppress Baha'is. In the years following the revolution, over 200 Baha'is were killed, the majority by execution. Thousands of Baha'is were imprisoned, many of them tortured. Baha'i holy places were destroyed, and Baha'i cemeteries have repeatedly been attacked and desecrated, including the current ongoing excavation of the large Baha'i cemetery in Shiraz. The government also made and continues to make concerted efforts to impoverish the Baha'i community. After the revolution, Baha'is were dismissed from government jobs and denied pensions, and private employers have been pressured not to hire Baha'is. Baha'is still suffer frequent raids on their homes and businesses, including a recent spate of shop closures, and their property is routinely seized without compensation. Baha'is were also dismissed from university positions after the revolution, and Baha'i students have been excluded from the nation's universities and continue to be so. The 7 members of the former ad hoc leadership group of the Baha'i community are among the 100 Baha'is currently imprisoned in Iran, nearly twice the number that were imprisoned at the end of 2010. In the last several months, there has also been a disturbing surge in anti-Baha'i hate propaganda in state-sponsored media outlets. In 2010 and 2011, approximately 22 anti-Baha'i pieces were appearing every month. In 2014, the number of anti-Baha'i pieces rose to approximately 401 per month, 18 times the previous level. In July 2013, the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, reissued a religious decree prohibiting Iranian Muslims from associating with members of the, quote, deviant sect, unquote, a well-known reference to Baha'is. The clerical establishment has long promoted the view that Baha'is are ritually unclean and that the blood of Baha'is is mubah, meaning that it can be spilled with impunity. Last October, the review of Iran's human rights record before the UN Human Rights Council revealed that Iran had failed to live up to dozens of promises made during its last Universal Periodic Review in 2010, including several related to the Baha'is. Yet, in an astonishingly blatant falsehood, Iran's written response to the Council declared, quote, minorities, including Baha'is, enjoyed a full range of opportunities and privileges, end quote. It is our hope that at the follow-up session on Iran that will be held next month, responsible nations will emphasize the persecution of the Baha'is and countless other individuals, and will hold the Iranian government to account for its gross violations of human rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vance, thank you so very much for your testimony. And all of you, we will stand in a brief recess. We have 3 votes on the floor of the House right now. Then we'll resume our sitting in the 2 subcommittees. But thank you so very much, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Yeah. Thank you. Democracy interrupts us.
What does he mean? Shall we stay here?
Yeah, they'd like us to stay if possible.
Okay.
testimony. I just wanted to give you my card. I work for movements.org, which is a project of advancing human rights, and we're really interested in supporting the Baha'is in Iran. So I'd be really keen to talk more with you at some point. Sure. If that's possible. Thank you. I'm trying to sort through who's the best person. It sounds like you're the right place to start. So thank you so much.
Sure. Are you based here in Washington?
I am. Our office is actually up in New York, advancing human rights, because our founder, Bob Bernstein, is up there. But I'm down here, and I go out once a month so that I can attend things like this. Wonderful. Great. How long have you been with the Baha'is in Iran?
I've been in this position for about 4.5 years.
Okay. I knew Kishan Manosha in
Yeah,
the UK. I don't
yeah.
think he's with the Baha'is anymore, though, right?
Yeah, that's right.
He's
He's doing other things. I mean, he's still a Baha'i, of course, but
Right, yeah.
he's doing other things. He used to be in a position equivalent to the one that I'm in right now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he was a lovely guy. I interviewed him for a report I did on minorities under threat for
Did this over the phone, or did you travel to the UK?
I used to live there. I was based there for about 8 years, so I did it when I was working there.
Yeah. Good.
Well, it'd be great to follow up with you on this. I'll look forward to doing that.
So how do you assist? Do you do, because that sounded as though you were doing some sort of media interview with him.
Yeah, that was in an old role. That was when I worked for Think Tank. But no, my current role, I'm the Director of Partnerships for Movements. Movements is an online platform that connects dissidents with sources of assistance through crowdsourcing. So we got up and running in July with the help of Google Ideas. It's a really innovative model, and we're having a lot of success. We've got partnerships with the Daily Beast, the Lantis Foundation, the NED. So it's really going places, and we're keen to expand our geographical reach. Ultimately, we want to be a global operation. Right now, most of the work we're getting is concentrated in the Arab world, but we're getting a lot more requests in from Iran, and we're really keen to help out particularly minorities in Iran. So it would be good to get your thoughts on how to go about doing that and providing support. So
Okay, very good.
wonderful. Thank
Glad
you.
to talk to you.
Subcommittees will come to order. We just finished a round of votes, and Chairman Smith was called for an important meeting, but as soon as he gets done with that, he will be back. But thank you for your excellent testimony, and I will begin the question and answer part. Thank you so much. As I had said in my opening statement, despite the administration's lip service to the issue of human rights, they've been effectively ignoring human rights in our foreign policy discussion and implementation to the detriment of millions who are suffering under tyranny. As we know, actions speak louder than words, and this administration has thrown human rights to the back burner, especially in places like my native homeland of Cuba and in Iran, where the administration has been desperate to secure deals with these tyrannical regimes. So I'm sorry if I'm not going to pronounce your names correctly, but I have a very difficult name as well, and I don't get upset when people don't know how to say it. Mr. Aria? Aria. You testified that human rights have, quote, been overlooked by the international community in light of current negotiations between Iran and the P5+1, end quote. How has the human rights situation in Iran changed during these negotiations under Rouhani?
Well, Madam Chairman, as I said, it's getting worse. I mean, if you look at the Islamic regime, when the Islamic regime is in their nature, when they feel secure, they just become aggressive. When they see that there's no attention being paid to the issue of human rights, for example, they just do whatever they want, and they see no reason why they should stop. They get rid of their opponents. They do all kinds of things that is just truth to their nature, but everything has gotten worse, as in all the statistics show that everything has gotten worse, from the number of executions, from the number of juveniles being executed, from religious minorities. Everything has been worse under Rouhani. And my take, I think, is that the international community hasn't been paid enough attention to this issue, and they haven't been forcing Rouhani to stand up to his campaign promises and things of that nature. They just focus on the nuclear issue and then push everything aside. So that's unfortunate. I believe that everything has gotten worse, and it's time for international community and U.S. administration especially to pay attention to that issue as well.
Well, I agree, and I see such similarities in my native homeland of Cuba when on December 17th, the president announced we will have diplomatic relations with the Castro regime, and tomorrow another round of negotiations will take place in the State Department, and the lead negotiator for that agreement is Josefina Vidal, who was a spy for Cuba and was actually expelled by the United States because of her espionage activities. Now she's in charge of the negotiations. What signal does that tell the Castro regime? We can do whatever we want and everything is forgiven, and it sends a terrible signal to the human rights activists. That's why it comes as no surprise that since the president's announcement on December 17th, there has been a record number of arrests in Cuba. You would think that at the very least, Raul Castro would tone this down while people are paying attention, but the sad fact is, as you pointed out, people are not paying attention. And so if the United States does not lead the way, the international community will be silent. They will be silent in Cuba, they're silent in Venezuela, and they're silent in Iran. That's why the United States has such a pivotal role to play when it comes to talking about human rights and doing something about human rights, because if not, it sends a message to Rouhani that he can do whatever he wants, keep executing people, keep jailing people for their religious beliefs. We will look the other way. And that sends a chilling message to so many people living under this yoke of tyranny in Iran who want to be free, who want a different kind of government, but they think, well, obviously no one is paying attention, and the international community, they're so eager to have this nuclear deal that they're willing to look the other way as well. What kind of support do you see for the issue of Iranian human rights internationally in human rights organizations, et cetera?
Well, I believe that on every arena, from the administration to the Congress, this issue should be brought up continuously in United Nations, everywhere, because without that, the Islamic regime won't do anything. They will continue to abuse Iranian people's rights. A very good example, if I may, the way President Reagan dealt with Gorbachev. They wanted to make a deal with Gorbachev. They had good relationship with Gorbachev. They negotiated with him. They did all of that. But at the same time, when President Reagan went to Moscow, he made a point to meet with the dissidents. And that sent a very good message, encouraging message to all the anti-Soviet dissidents all over Soviet Union, former Soviet Union.
That they were not forgotten.
Exactly.
That people cared about them.
Exactly. The attitude of US and European countries and all other countries should be the same way. That whatever negotiations that goes on between, we understand, I'm a member of opposition. I advocate regime change in Iran. But at the same time, I understand that, international relations and, security concerns dictates that sometimes they have to negotiate with the Islamic regime. That's fine. But at the same time, that negotiation, that improvement in relationship should not come at the expense of Iranian people's rights to freedom. That's the most important.
It's not an either or, and
Exactly.
yet we give that message to the people with whom we're dealing, whether it's Rouhani, whether it's Castro. They'll say, well, we're just going to talk about diplomatic relations with Cuba. We'll ignore human rights. We're just going to talk about nuclear deal with Rouhani. We'll ignore human rights. And that is a great boost to these regimes to keep harassing, intimidating, and jailing opposition leaders because they've actually been given a green light to do so by our very own government.
I agree completely.
Mr. Saze Garam? Yes. Gara?
Gara.
Thank you. You were one of the founding members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps before being imprisoned for your opposition to the regime. What can you tell us about the inner workings of the IRGC and the Iranian regime, its financing capabilities, and the risk that the IRGC poses to U.S. interests and to our regional security interest?
I was one of the founders of Revolutionary Guard and one of the writers of the Charter of Revolutionary Guard at the first 3 months of victory of revolution. And then I left the Guard and went to National Radio and Television of Iran. But I followed the changes in Revolutionary Guard during the last 36 years. Right now, Revolutionary Guard is I believe, a kind of unique organization in maybe all around the world, because at the same time, Revolutionary Guard is like a political party, a terrorist organization, a mafia group involved in smuggling of drugs, alcoholic beverages, sex traffic in Iran, a complex a holding company, owns several companies, huge manufacturing and trading companies of Iran. And its intelligence organization, which directly works under command of son of the Ayatollah, the leader of Iran, is more brutal than Ministry of Intelligence and more powerful. So a part of, at least the most important part of the nuclear project of Iran are controlled by Revolutionary Guard as well. Besides to that, I think that especially this coming year, 2015 and 2016, because of illness of the leader, the political competition in Iran amongst several factions, especially inside Revolutionary Guard, will be increased. And for this simple reason, as a political activist, I'm really, really afraid of more brutality, more suppression of the people during this year and the year after. And the economic crisis, which has been created not only because of the sanctions, more than the sanctions are mismanagement and oil price, which has been decreased about 60%, and several other factors will affect the several aspects of Iranian people on this year. And again, riots, strikes, protests of workers, of teachers, I believe that will be suppressed brutally by Revolutionary Guard this year and the year after. I want to add
In Iran itself?
Yeah.
And what about their, what about the risks that they pose for our interest and regional concerns?
As you know, the Quds Force of Revolutionary Guard, which has about 14,000 members, is the special division of Revolutionary Guard, which is in charge of out-of-Iran operations. I think that because of the internal affairs of Iran, Quds Force of Revolutionary Guard will increase the out-of-Iran operations and adventurism in region. When I say adventurism, because they know from the period of war between Iran and Iraq that in crisis and military situation and in out of Iran crisis, they can have the upper hand in internal politics. For instance, recently the missile platforms in Golan Heights, which were attacked by Israelis and destroyed. As far as I know, there are several projects like that in whole region. Or assassination of some prominent opposition figures outside Iran by new method that they hired some thugs to attack to them just by knives or daggers or something like that. But the example that happened in Jerusalem about 2 or 3 months ago, or other crises. I mean, I expect for the year coming acceleration of out of Iran operations, terrorist operations, and creating some conflicts especially because of the internal competitions in Iran.
To take away attention from their inner problems, have them focus on that?
And they know that in such situations, they will become more powerful in internal politics. If they say that, yes, we are involved in Iraq, this is the war over there in Yemen, with Israel, especially with Israel, in the border of Israel, or Hezbollah of Lebanon involvement in some battles against Israel, or several others, the other operations that they have done so far. They can have the upper hand in internal politics as well. I want to add to Mr. Arias that as far as I know, Mr. Kerry has agreed with Mr. Zarif to put any human rights issue off the table. That's what, at the first terms of the rounds of negotiations, Zarif has told that if you bring any human rights issue on the table, then Ayatollah Khamenei, the leader, will order us to leave the table. So they have confidence that there will be no pressure.
They don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It'll be off the
especially,
table.
You know, Iranians watch the U.S. policies through some windows like Voice of America. And unfortunately, these days, they don't hear anything even from Voice of America. And the regime sells the idea to the people that, see, we have behind the curtain.
We're fine.
We have the agreement, and nobody can help you. You look at that. There is nothing to say
And the
about
opposition feels dispirited. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Vance, the regime's treatment of Baha'is is getting worse under Rouhani, not better. Can you describe the treatment and the abuse of Baha'is under Rouhani, and what does the persecution of the Baha'is in Iran mean for human rights in general? And what more can you tell me about the prisoner of conscience that I had adopted, Rosita Bashegi, her health, her current situation, including the likelihood that Iranian authorities will try to imprison her again? Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Well, we had been, first, we were guardedly optimistic when President Rouhani was elected that he would actually improve the situation, especially since he had promised, one of his election promises was to put together a draft charter of citizens' rights and have it circulated and finalized. He did actually issue a draft in November of 2013.
Oh, you should read the Cuban Constitution. It's a beauty. they don't follow one word of it, but it's beautiful.
We were very disappointed with the draft because it made all of the rights under it contingent on the Iranian Constitution and on Iranian law. So it didn't actually hold out any promise for any future improvements. And I think the draft got a great deal of pushback and criticism from a number of circles, and so it has never been actually circulated again, as to the best of our knowledge. And that, I think, signaled what we were beginning to see, and that is that one of the trends, we've always had Baha'is who've been harassed, raids on homes, raids on businesses. The amount of physical abuse in those raids has actually increased over the last couple of years, and certainly has not decreased under President Rouhani. Baha'is have, because they're excluded from so many professions in Iran, they've become largely small business people, running their own small businesses. And there's a very large amount of economic harassment, refusing to either provide or renew business licenses, closing shops arbitrarily. In October, for example, on October 25th in Kirman and a couple of other cities nearby, there were 79 shops that were closed simply because the shopkeepers had observed a Baha'i holy day. And so the shops were actually sealed. But perhaps the most disturbing thing that has occurred, at least in my opinion, is the increase in hate propaganda, because it's been shown in many societies that it's a prerequisite, or at least it presages in many societies, a much more serious crackdown on the population that's being targeted. You know, I mentioned that in 2014, there were 18 times the number of anti-Baha'i articles, not just, criticizing Baha'is, but portraying them as being agents of the United States, agents of Russia, agents of Israel, accusing them of all sorts of immorality. It's all designed to create a sense in people's minds that persecution of Baha'is is justified. So based on the very unfortunate history of good portions of the 20th century, I am much more concerned about that than any other single factor. And certainly that would be within the control of, all of this is state-sponsored media, and that's certainly within the control, or should be in the control, of President Rouhani. So we are concerned about that. We're concerned that for human rights in general in Iran, because the Baha'is are the largest non-Muslim religious minority in the country, and because they have been traditionally despised to a greater degree than any other group by the Muslim clergy, we know that if things were to improve for the Baha'is, they would improve for everybody, because it's inconceivable that things could get better for the Baha'is in Iran without them also getting better for other groups. So, in a sense, we're that barometer, let's say, of what, how we're being treated is a barometer for the rest of the civil society. And as to Rosita Vassegri, we're delighted that she was released from prison in Mashhad on January 21st. You had noted earlier that she's uncertain as to what her future is because she had 2 5-year sentences, and it was unclear whether they were going to be successive or concurrent. The way things stand at the moment, they were concurrent. They released her. But she was also told that she might have another 2-year sentence, and so we don't know what's going to happen with that. She certainly has some health problems that have to be dealt with, and rather than get into the details of that, I can simply say that 5 years in prison in Mashhad took a definite health toll on her. Thank you.
Which was one of the objectives of the regime. Thank you very much. Excellent, excellent answers. We appreciate it. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again for your very, very important testimony. I think it is very clear to anyone who has looked at this issue that the human rights abuses in Iran are horrific and are contrary to basic American values and universal values of human rights. And I think the challenge for us is to determine what is the most effective way for us to try to change that as responsible world leaders and part of the international community. And so my first question really is there any sense that President Rouhani, even if he were inclined to change his view on human rights, would be empowered to actually make substantial changes in the condition of basic human rights in Iran? Or is the supreme leader responsible for this set of practices such that the president wouldn't actually have the ability or the capacity to change it? Because I think it's important to kind of know where our leverage point should be in the conversation to begin. I don't know if anyone has a sense of that.
According to the Constitution of Islamic Republic, President is the head of the executive power, and judiciary power is controlled by the leader. Mm-hmm. The head of judiciary power is appointed by the leader, and all the judges and prosecutors are appointed by that head. And Rouhani, yes, theoretically, he doesn't have so much power to change some parts of these human rights abusements in Iran. But at least he can do something, for instance, changing his Minister of Justice, mm-hmm. a notorious the killer, a notorious person to violate human rights and in charge of massacre. Or he can put pressure on keeping the freedom of press in Iran, because the Ministry of Culture and Islamic Guidance is in charge of the press, and it's controlled by Rouhani, but he doesn't do that. Or changing the situation, for instance, in Iranian universities with respect to teacher associations, labor associations. But he has not done anything with respect to these parts. He can do something to help the civil society of Iran to confront the suppression of the rights of the people of Iran. But so far, he has not done anything. And even he has not said anything to the home arrest of the leaders of Green Movement of Iran or the other political prisoners. So I believe that some parts of the violations has happened by the hands of Minister of Intelligence, which the Minister of Intelligence is a member of the cabinet. So I think that, yes, although he's not directly in charge of the judiciary power,
There are things
but
he could do.
he can do many things by the tools that he has in executive power, by the people, by civil society of Iran, and support at least the basic freedoms of people of Iran. But he has not done anything.
I would like to add, I agree with Mr. Sazgara as well. However, I believe it's a mistake to think of Rouhani as someone separated from the whole totality of the regime. As I said, he's been part of this regime from the beginning.
Yeah.
And he has been serving this regime at the highest levels, security levels, from the beginning until now. So it's foolhardy to me that we think of him as an outsider who wanted to come and do some reforms. He may have presented himself during the election as such, or to the international community that, you know, he really is trying to make things better, but, you know, things are not really in his hand. You know, the judicial system is not really in my hands. The security system is not really in my hand. This is not in my hand. That is not in my hand. All I can do is this and that. But he is part of this regime. I mean, he has been approving. I mean, the Mr. Shariat Madari is the notorious editor of Kayhan, a very hard-line, radical newspaper in Iran. He said it, and I agree with him. He said that, you know, what is this, all this, and I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
He said that what is all this talk about him wanting to release the leaders of the Green Movement, Mr. Mousavi and Rahnavard and Mr. Karoubi. He said he voted for their imprisonment. He was at the National Security Council. He voted for them to be incarcerated. What is this all talk about? I mean, it's to me, it's a mistake to think of him separately.
And is there any evidence that you've seen that international pressure that may have been made on human rights abuses is having any effect on the regime?
Yeah.
Would you talk a little bit about,
Yeah, definitely.
And so are things like this hearing, I assume, are helpful because they're helping to bring attention to this issue. Similarly, if we were to enact a comprehensive statement of our kind of affirmation of basic human rights, would that be useful? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, I can say that I can mention several cases, including my case. I was in confined cell for 79 days. I was on long hunger strike, and 800 students were arrested with me when they arrested me, including my son, who was a university student on those days. And international pressure was really, really effective to release not only me, but all those students. And I think that more than just telling and, you know, just by statements of that, something like Helsinki Accord, something which happened, you know, which put real pressure on a communist bloc. Right now that the sanctions has worked, they have, you know, brought the regime on negotiation table. If we can use at least a part of these sanctions targeted to human rights abuse, at least the people who are in charge of a violation of human rights in Iran be under sanction, I think that it works. And later soon will send the right signal to the people of Iran, the international community concerns, and put real pressure on this regime.
May I add something? I agree. And one thing I would really like to, if anything, I would like to relay in this hearing is that Islamic regime only responds to force, not just military force. But when they see that international community is standing up firmly on any issue, they eventually back up. In Europe, during the 80s and 90s, more than 200 Iranian dissidents were assassinated all over Europe. European countries kind of looked the other way. They said, well, you know, it's the radical, this element of radical group in the regime or that group. And it didn't stop. It only stopped when, after the massacre in Mykonos, all the European countries got together, they pulled back their ambassadors, and they imposed some sanctions. Since then, there hasn't been any assassinations that I know of. So they respond to firmness and united front. They will respond to that. Otherwise, they'll just do whatever they want.
If I might just ask the chair, if I might just ask the last two things. If you would speak to the current situation for members of the LGBT community in Iran, specifically, are there particular concerns about the basic human rights of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community? And also, if you could speak to any information you might have about Jason Rezaian, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, who was is an American journalist and who was detained and has been detained. I understand that he hasn't been able to have his defense counsel meet with him, and whether or not there is current efforts underway that you're aware of to secure his release.
As far as I know about Jason Rezaian, he has been kept in confined cell and under pressure for TV confessions. And they have taped a TV confession from him that he's an agent of CIA and the Secret Services, and he has...
This is the Washington Post correspondent, just for people,
Yeah, and Revolutionary Guard has done that, and he has confessed that one of the relatives of Rouhani in his office has helped him and his connection. So they have made something out of his confessions to put pressure on Rouhani for internal, clashes in the regime. So I know that Jason Rezaian is just a journalist and has not done anything, but this is what they do, what they behave. This is what they call it, to make a scenario out of any political prisoner. So they have a TV confession from him, and I doubt that, they finished this case easily, unless you have a very, very, heavy pressure on the regime.
I have nothing to add to that.
And with respect to the LGBT community?
LGBT community are, again, it's against Sharia law, being gay, and they're under enormous pressure. The only group that I know of that are not kind of tolerated, if they want to go through sex change, then they have provisions to allow that. But that's only a small group of LGBT community. If somebody is gay and wants to remain gay and wants to be lesbian or remain lesbian without going through, sex change and things like that, they'll be persecuted. I mean, they are. I don't exactly know the time, but recently they threw two gay men from a high-rise to just punish them, to kill them, as part of the punishment prescribed in Sharia for gay people. So there are, I don't see any kind of light in the end of the tunnel for that community in Iran so long as the Islamic regime is in power, because they won't tolerate it. Because it goes against everything that they claim to stand by. So it undermines their legitimacy, it undermines their claim of legitimacy in terms of, religious, doctrine that they prescribe to. I see no improvement in their situation, except, that small little group who want to go through the sex exchange. Other than that, they are in terrible shape, just like any other.
Thank you very much again, and I thank the chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeSantis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Sazagara, when you joined the Islamic Revolution in 1979, you were there, it seemed to be, from what I read in your bio, about 10 years before you left?
Yeah.
Like 1988, is that when you left government?
Yeah.
So did you change, or was it the regime that changed?
Both.
So at the time you were in 1979, because as I remember that time, or think about the time, I was just a kid, but there was dissatisfaction with the Shah, but there were a lot of people who they didn't want an Islamic revolution. They wanted a secular revolution. They just didn't want to have that ruling elite in power. And then obviously you had the mullahs who wanted a Sharia revolution. So were you expecting a Sharia revolution, or did you just think you would remove the Shah and have a chance to have a better Iran?
Better to say that everybody in those days, the majority of the people, 35 million Iranian population in those days, everybody was eager to have a revolution, an ideological revolution. At least the university-educated people like me, we didn't think about an Islamic regime will be based on Sharia and the mullahs will get all the power. In those days, we were affected by leftists, and a version of Islam that I can call it a revolutionary ideological version of Islam was dominant in Islamic movement, and was effective to mobilize the people against Shah. But gradually, after victory of revolution, the mullahs got the upper hand by, of course, the leader of revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini, was a grand Ayatollah. And gradually, other factions of anti-Shah movement were dismissed, were suppressed, were massacred. And after 1 decade, so anybody who didn't agree with them was under pressure. I personally, the change, my changes was not only in this part from theoretical point of view, but in action, because for 4 or 5 years I was head of the biggest industrial complex of Iran, which owns about 140 huge manufacturing companies of Iran. And in practice, I found out that many policies that we thought to run the country were wrong as well. So gradually...
So it was a perfect storm for you.
Yeah, I left the regime in 1988.
So what did you think when the Ayatollah started to fund and support groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon that would conduct terrorist attacks?
It started from the first decade. The idea of exportation of revolution was born with the revolution, like many other revolutions, of course.
And so that was a natural outgrowth to have outposts in Lebanon where you would have people who could conduct operations?
Yeah, and especially that several activists of Islamic revolution were trained in Lebanon, and they lived in Lebanon for several years. If precisely I can say it started from an office of liberation movements all around the world, from Revolutionary Guard on 1980, 81, 82, right. And gradually it was changed to Quds Corp, and later it became Quds Force, which were in charge of organizations like Hezbollah in Lebanon.
So an attack such as the attack that was conducted on the U.S. Marines in Beirut in 1983, that would have been just a basic application of their revolutionary mindset, correct?
Yeah.
So let me ask you now, fast forward. Clearly, this regime is one of the most oppressive in the world. There was a chance, it seemed, in 2009 with the Green Movement, where there were a lot of people who were really brave to express their dissatisfaction. The administration here in the United States made the decision that that was not something that they wanted to support. I think the reason was because they thought that that would jeopardize their ability to have a constructive relationship with the Ayatollah. You know, the president has written the Ayatollah a number of letters. I think that was a mistake. I think that we need to be supporting groups who are challenging the regime and standing up for human rights in Iran. Do you agree that the United States should have been supportive of the Green Movement?
Yeah, you know, still I wear this green wristband, and on that summer of 2009, I was in Washington, D.C., and I was one of the activists of Green Movement. We had several meetings with officials of administrations. But yeah, you're right, no support. And on those days, we didn't know that behind the curtain, there are some writing some letters to the leader of Iran,
right,
and some communications. But we didn't get any real support. And besides to that, on those days, I was in a weekly TV show in Voice of America, a talk show, which was very effective in the movement because we had the connection with the leaders of the movement, not the leaders, the activists of the movement, and we could give information about the demonstrations, what's going on, and we had really problem in Voice of America as well. I mean, lots of pressure in Voice of America, and at last that program was stopped.
I've been frustrated, and I know that my friend from Florida, the chairwoman, has mentioned this, that there's this really just lust to kind of have a, quote, deal about these nukes. And a lot of us don't think that's going to be effective, but it will allow the administration to wave a sheet of paper. But because they're so eager, bending over backward to try to get a deal, they're really turning a blind eye to some of these human rights problems, even more so than they had been doing previously. But with respect to this deal, Iran is one of the most energy-rich countries in the world. What do they need nuclear power for in terms of for peaceful purposes? I mean, it just seems to me that you could see like France or some of these other countries that don't have access to energy. They have hundreds of years of energy reserves, and they haven't even started fracking yet. So, are you skeptical that they will use it for peaceful purposes?
Yes. Very much. I think that so far Iran has spent billions of dollars in this project, and the value of whatever they have produced is just a couple of $1 million. And definitely it's not feasible to produce nuclear energy in Iran. Iran has the biggest supplies of natural gas in the world. Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Ira?
May I add something to this? I think you should look at the Islamic regime and its drive to this nuclear issue from the perspective of their security. I believe that they want this program for several reasons, and they won't give it up. One is that if they go nuclear, they have something to show to their own supporters. That yes, the economy is bad, yes, your lives are terrible, all that stuff. But look, at the end, we made Iran an atomic, nuclear power. The second thing that they look for, it, in my opinion, is that they believe that if they get the bomb, they have secured the regime.
Right.
Nobody will, just like North Korea, nobody will be able to do anything. And that security is twofold. One is from outside threat, one is internal. I certainly believe that they, in their mind and in their heart's calculations, they think that if they get the bomb, they'll be secure from outside threat. And internally, if there's a big, huge uprising, they can do anything they want without nobody being able to do anything. They can massacre hundreds of thousands of people, and nobody will be able to do anything. So because of all these calculations, otherwise it doesn't make sense that they spend all this time, all this money, enduring all these sanctions that has damaged the Iranian economy to the point of almost collapse. Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars damage to this economy. For what? For generating power? It doesn't make sense. They want it for military application. If not, they don't want it to make it maybe today or tomorrow, but they want to be so close to it that they will have that option anytime they want and they want to choose. And that's a security thing that in their minds, in the mind of the supreme leader and the security apparatus and around him and all the Revolutionary Guard people who are controlling everything in Iran these days, they look at it as an insurance policy that they will use it for saving their own regime.
And so if you have freedom fighters and people who want to have an Iran in which individual liberty is respected, Iran has an advantageous deal where they can go nuclear, you're making it way more difficult that those forces of progress will succeed, correct?
Exactly.
One final, in terms of the nuclear ambitions, and I agree with you, it defies logic that they would do this stuff unless they wanted a military application, because the losses that they've incurred to use it for peaceful energy, they have the energy. And so you're 100% right about that. And I agree with you about the insurance aspect, and there are a lot of reasons why they would want to do it. What about the offensive use of nuclear weapons? People have said that they have said over and over again that they would like to eliminate Israel from the map. They obviously say death to America a lot. And while there are other countries who may be hostile to our allies or to us, we do have this deterrent capability because obviously we have nuclear weapons and other countries may have them. But in the case of Iran, if they could take a pot shot and take out Tel Aviv, let's say, and kill millions of Jews, they know they would get hit on return in Tehran or wherever and lose maybe more than a few million Iranians. But from their ideology, they would say that they are hastening the return maybe of the 12th Imam. The people who are killed in Iran would be going straight to paradise. So do you think that them with nukes, with that ideology, is that something that is a little bit different from some of the other nuclear powers that we've seen in the past, whether it's the Soviet Union, whether it's North Korea, which is crazy, but they do want to keep themselves in power, and they're communists, so they don't believe in an afterlife?
Certainly there's that aspect to it. They are some elements within that regime, they are not really rational people, and all those calculations may come into their play, and that's why it's very dangerous for them to have that nuclear power, nuclear capability in terms of military application. However, if you look at the Islamic regime, it's whenever they have felt that they have the upper hand, and whenever they have felt that they're secure, they have gone aggressive. Their behavior has changed. You look at, from the very beginning, you look at the hostage crisis when they took over the American embassy. The hostage takers, they admit that they only wanted to take the hostages for a couple of days, 3 or 4 days, to send a message and then release them. As soon as the regime, the establishment, Khomeini and people around him realized that the Carter administration is not going to do anything and it's safe to keep them, they kept them for 444 days. Iran-Iraq war. In 1982, Iranian forces liberated Khorramshahr. They pushed all the Iraqi forces back. At that time, Iran was at the highest, military position, and Iraq was afraid. All the Arab countries in the Persian Gulf were afraid that Iran will enter the Iraqi territory. At that time, everybody offered them all kinds of incentives to accept the ceasefire. They felt powerful. They didn't do that. They continued on. They marched on into Iraq, and they only accepted the ceasefire when they had nothing left, basically. Even Mr. Rezai, at one point in one of his interviews, admitted that had the war continued for another week, they wouldn't even have ammunition for their, handguns. So they push all the way there. The same thing with Syria, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, and now in Yemen. You look at their behavior in Iraq. As soon as, there's a very wonderful article in New York Times about how this whole thing unfolded in Iraq. When after 9/11, they were extremely afraid that somehow America will go after them. And they started cooperating with Ambassador Crocker. They tried to be nice to him and gave him some information and stuff. As soon as U.S. went into Iraq and they realized that there is no plan to move into Iran or do anything about their regime, they went aggressive, and they caused all that chaos in Iraq.
They were responsible for killing hundreds of U.S. service members.
Exactly. Why do they do that? Because as soon as they feel secure, as soon as they feel that there is no repercussions of for their actions, they go aggressive, and they have showed it time and time and time again. If they ever get their hands on a nuclear bomb, if you think that they are aggressive now, wait until then. They won't even need to use that bomb to blow up Tel Aviv or anywhere else. There are hundreds of other things they can do to make life miserable, not only for Israelis, but for the whole region, as they have done so. Look at Syria, look at Iraq. The carnage that they have caused is immeasurable. In Iraq, in everywhere.
So what in the Congress, and this is, everyone can opine on this, what do you recommend that we do? I know there are things geopolitically with how we would confront Iran and some of their proxies, but in terms of empowering opposition, empowering people who want a better Iran, because I definitely know that although the regime is one of the most oppressive in the world, there are millions of Iranians who are chafing under this, and I think could be natural allies of ours. So what do you recommend that the Congress can do to empower those elements and ultimately to make Iran a better place?
If you ask me, sir, the best thing that U.S. can do is to get rid of this mentality of betting on the winning horse, per se. We need to identify people who are truly democratic, and they're truly in line with our values in the West, and just support them, give them platforms, not necessarily money or anything, but just like give them platforms to express their views. I always think about Germany after World War II. In Germany, we in the U.S. just didn't stood by helping everybody. They identified democratic forces within German society. They gave them financial support, they gave them political support, they gave them moral support, they gave them all kinds of assistance, and gradually, say, Christian Democrats, they started to grow and grow and grow and become more and more powerful. So that's the thing. Right now, for example, all this U.S. administration's attempt to say use Quds forces against ISIS is just it's ridiculous to me. I'm sorry to say that, but it's ridiculous. To defeat one radical and replace it with another radical, you don't gain anything. The best thing is for the U.S. is to identify people who are truly in line with our values in the West, and give them moral support, give them platforms to expand their ideas, give them all. Right now, in Voice of America, for example, and, Mr. Sazgara mentioned it, a lot of moderate groups don't even get a chance to go over there and, express their ideas. It's almost impossible to do. That's the best thing that you guys, U.S. Congress can do. Stand by democratic forces, promote them, and give them encouragement, and stay away from all the other radicals whom we can, use for, short period of time, because that hasn't paid off. It just replaces one bad guy with another bad guy. And then in the process, the ordinary people, they just blame America. They say, hey, look at them. They're playing with us. They're just, it's all a big game. The conspiracy theories, it's wild, in the Middle East. They look at it and say, okay, well, America is using ISIS against Iran, and Iran against ISIS, so it's just all a game for America. We should stay away from it. We should stand by people who are truly in line with our values. That's all I can say, sir.
You guys want to chime in? What do you advise us to do?
I have submitted a proposal that appendix to my testimony. I ask you please read that out. And in that proposal, I have suggested to have a standing subcommittee for human rights in Iran to watch very carefully the human rights and show that the Congress of the United States is concerned about the human rights in Iran. And put pressure on the sources of money of the institutions and the persons who abuse human rights in Iran, who violate human rights in Iran. The first person is the leader, and then Revolutionary Guard, and several other institutions. 40% of Iran economy is controlled by these organizations. So when Ayatollah Khamenei, the leader, insists that human rights should be off the table in any negotiation, I think that Congress can put on the table, if not in this negotiation, nuclear negotiation, in other commissions, and say that, okay, these sanctions will not be removed, or new sanctions will be regulated in Congress to keep the hands of the suppression groups and forces in Iran off the hands of the people of Iran. So I think that this is the real force, that they understand that, and will send a good signal to the people of Iran that the United States is concerned about their rights and their freedoms.
Mr. Vance, you want to weigh in?
Well, we don't actually have any specific recommendations. So certainly we've been grateful for the resolutions that have usually been passed in each Congress that highlight the situation with respect to human rights, and especially the Baha'is in Iran. But we don't have any recommendations on U.S. policy.
Great. Well, I appreciate the witnesses. Really a lot of good information and a lot of good insight. So I thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeSantis, for your deep interest in this important issue. Very good questions and excellent answers from our panelists. Unfortunately, our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Smith, has been unavoidably detained. So with that, our joint subcommittee hearing is now adjourned. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.